Pierre, I can't take the suit. You will need it too. I don't feel right. Stay with me.
I see it now. We were all so entertained. We didn't see what was getting ready in the shadow. No, leave them alone. Looks like scientific documents, but I can't decipher what's written. This nightmare again. Damn. When dust settles on your sport trophies, it doesn't mean you are getting younger. I miss listening to Pierre. He always used crazy effects on his guitar. Pierre's tape collection. Insomnia will be a nice excuse to put it in order. Might even find some of the music he made for me. I could use the comforting. Maybe later. It's good to keep some rituals. Dear toothpaste, you are breathtaking. I could use a good shower. When this feeling of being observed will stop. Pierre's special mess room. I can't believe one can own so many trinkets. I remember he got stuck once when the electricity shut down in the city. You come with me, my friend. It would get lonely without you.
One, two. 1, 2. That works? Okay. Damn machine.
It's so dusty here. I could use a vacuum to clean the vacuum.
I'm finally starting to understand what's going on.
My life turned into an item. Round and round we go, stuck at the same track.
On here with the electricity. A priori, everything revolves around the lighthouse. I consulted many old newspapers, and the village gazette told me that St. Exel was very poorly served by electricity and regularly suffered severe power cuts. I knew that it was a very isolated village, which is what makes it so charming, but I hadn't thought of that. Half of the articles in the gazette are devoted to the inhabitants who, tired of the cuts, ended up installing...
Oh, forgot I found this old journal around town yesterday. Apparently they installed a secondary generator in the old lighthouse years ago. The extra current could help me out in my search for the other inhabitants. Let's check it out today.
Small wind turbines for their homes. The other half is about the lighthouse, and that's...
Need to grab my things first. I can't believe we moved with all these books.
Interesting.
The worst part is, we most likely have doubles.
I read that the mayor of the village had installed underwater turbines connected to the building, which are capable of producing electricity thanks to the movement of the sea. This has enabled the village to gain autonomy and to overcome the failures of the general electrical network.
If I get you back, I'll let you have the remote. I promise.
Anyway, I think it
Brand new. And a superb tool to stay busy.
would be worth going to take a look at the lighthouse.
After each storm, all you have to do is stoop to collect wood. Free heating.
Because if the turbine system is damaged, it could explain why some electrical equipment is out of order while others are still working. I'll tell you what I found.
Another undeniable friend. It would be easy to get lost without it. I am a living experiment on sugar.
Fourth day that I'm stuck. I'm not gonna make it, Pierre. They terrify me. I don't know what to do. They hunt me like an animal.
I forgot it was here. Well, now I can clean the first one.
They have taken on a human form, but there is nothing human about them. They come out of nowhere without you expecting it and materialize in a kind
At least I know I can always find the things I leave in here.
of elusive black vapor. I can't do anything against them. I don't know how to fight them. I found a weapon, but I'm struggling to use it, and I'm always out of bullets. There's even more of them at night. They swarm like cockroaches. I have to shut myself up at home as soon as night falls. And they prevent me from leaving this cursed village, Pierre. As soon as I try to leave St. Exel, they arrive by the thousands and they get me. If they catch me, I wake up in my bed and it's been hours, maybe even a whole day. I'm their prisoner. Fourth day that I'm stuck. I'm not gonna make it. I would like to tell you about the bracelet you gave me right after we arrived here. You found that gem on the...
I left my gun in the shanty yesterday. Time to get it back. It's probably dry now.
Crafted it into this beautiful piece of jewelry. You told me that you felt that this pebble had something special, that it radiated. Well, you were right, you know. He protects
Without you, I wouldn't stand a second out there.
me from the monsters I told you about. If I smack it against the ground, it produces a shock wave that violently repels ghosts. Sometimes, he can even dissolve them when they attack me.
Last time was very close. I need to keep up with my training.
He's so strong that I decided to name him Rocky, since it's a rock. But But Rocky is also a sensitive guy, you know? He doesn't like explosive noises.
The former owner had to do a lot of tinkering to screw up such a mess.
If I shoot a gun in his ear, he can even sort of...
Can't open without more stable electricity. Nothing interesting in this old garage anyway.
Thunderstorm. At that moment, I feel transported to another reality, to another time. Once calm returns, I have the impression that it only lasted a few seconds, whereas about 15 minutes had actually passed. Better tease sparingly. Sometimes I feel like he's almost alive.
With all these storms, the previous tenant didn't know what to do with all the wood coming out of fallen trees.
He gets lazy at the end of the day, especially if I made him work a lot. But, hey, nothing a good night's sleep can't fix. Anyway, all that...
Time to shoot some cans. Let's start with the red one. Or the yellow one. Nah, the blue one. Definitely the blue one. Missed it. Here to go. Missed it. And missed it. Now, let's warm up for some dodging. Okay, I'm ready. Now, better be faster. Now, rappel training. Next time, you will think twice about getting in my safe space. I'm glad this thing recharges during the night. Training's over. Getting out there seems a little bit less scary now.
I can't take this dream anymore. I wake up in this dusty, tunnel-shaped cave. It is essentially made up of some kind of light-absorbing rocks, like the ones the insides of a planet would create. I go through this hallway and come across the ghosts that haunt me. But this time they don't try to catch me. There are also military and scientific equipment. I can't tell if they are studying or planning to attack something. A sheet of heavy smoke waits for me at the end, and it's too thick to see behind, and I'm attracted like a moth is to light. The closer I get to the exit, the more I hear ringing, until I realize it's...
I better be home before the night. Nah, nothing of interest in these cars.
Nothing happened, and at the same exact hour as usual, 8 a.m.
La Vieille Chaloupe, restaurant and brewery. Fresh fish straight from the port. I sure hope the products are fresher than this poster. Left, the White Manor and the lighthouse.
Gone nuts, apparently. Do what you want with that information, or shove it somewhere warm.
Thomas Levins. Fixing pipes is all right. Now try with my life. When things get back to normal, you'll have plenty to do, my friend. I can't open this. This numpad is not working. Like most things in the city, it is lacking juice. you again! I really need to get better at dodging these attacks. At the edge of this cliff stands the famous flower house of St. Exel. It was given by its owner to the village, which still contributes to maintaining the quality of its gardens. Still inhabited, the building is regularly open for heritage events. Apparently someone was moving when everything stopped. This door has no handle. I wish I knew how to care for such beauties. This door can be unlocked from the other side. When you care for plants, time flies. I wish it was that simple. Left, the White Manor and the lighthouse. Right, St. Exel. Attention, following the latest storms, the coastal path is damaged. Certain trees marked with an orange cross present a risk of falling on hikers and must be felled. These can fall due to the slightest gust of wind. The village really isn't investing in its infrastructure, and storms make it even more problematic. This tree was marked to be felled. It could make a nice bridge. It's hurt, but that won't be enough. A storm could help. Whew. Well, it doesn't seem to have awakened them. Psilocybe phosphorus, recognizable by its phosphorescent dress. It made its appearance a short time ago in the region of St. Exel. With its lightning growth capacity, it is able to grow in a single day. Ripe, they can be enjoyed by some coastal birds. Interesting. Maybe I should gather some of these. Hope the police will not catch me with these shrooms. I think I'm going to need a lever. I can still picture the fishermen landing their daily catch of crabs and fish. This door can be unlocked from the other side. This road seems to lead to the White Manor. Le Scale, Sailor's Aperitif. Available in all grocery stores. I hate this drink. Ugh, Too bad I don't have change for these tourist traps. This buoy clearly defines what St. Exel is. A small, isolated fishing village where time seems slowed down or even frozen. A usually calm place where the haunting sound of the waves punctuates your day. Happy to see some boats were spared by these mad cultists. This door requires electricity. Someone stole the circuit breaker. Left, Pointe du Mal. Right, St. Exel's village. Straight ahead, L'Écran. Facing the lighthouse named Le Crane. The lighthouse was built in 1835, a veritable directional beacon for the sailors of the coast of St. Exel. It was nonetheless decommissioned in 1983. It is only in 1988 that Le Crane was put in service again, welcoming a hydraulic generator that supplies the village. It's like someone just came for this incredible spectacle and got his bicycle. But these things were not here before the attack. Access to the top of the lighthouse is condemned. Apparently, multiple people were working here. Why did you have to be so grim? Because of recent events, a lot of circuit breakers were stolen from the electrical gates. While we wait to receive more, we keep the last one inside the equipment locker. In the meantime, don't hesitate to use the same one on different gates. A bit unexpected for a lighthouse. These cables go all the way to the ceiling. This is a complete mess. It's like they pushed everything to the side to make room for something else. Nothing. Looks like a lot of security for simple maintenance equipment. So now, I need to fix these colored cables in the right order. From the depth of the sea, his anger spreads through our families. This sounds terrifying. Wondering what's that thing they mention all the time. Despite the mess the protesters left behind, you're still offering comfort, aren't you? Celine, the 30th of December, 1966. 27 is a really young age to go. Franck, the 19th of March, 1967. This is one of the places of contemplation in St. Exel. It was vandalized just before everything went down. Damien, the 28th of June, 1971. This one looks like it came back from a long trip. Only one destination for you? My bag. You can't stop, can you? automatically locked the doors behind me. The valve is missing here. The valve is missing here. Someone left a note for his coworkers. Franck is so fed up that we keep forgetting his birthday that he has set the day and the month as the padlock code. Can someone change that back to the inauguration date? So, what is your code, Frank? All right. Watchtower schedule and system monitoring. The entire workforce is listed on the board. Could anyone pick up Frank's shifts for the upcoming weeks? Nicholas system? That's probably where the town's additional current is monitored. I can probably restart the system from here once the pressure is fixed. So, they had to make space for these machines? They do not seem to belong in a lighthouse. Good thing nobody can find them here. It's completely dark in here. Local police apparently suspect the cult has started kidnapping people. It is indeed curious so many people would disappear without... Their last ritual site is located near the lighthouse, at the Point de Mael. Might be worth checking out. Should work better with that on. Documents on this desk look much more confidential than the previous ones. This place appears to be a government cell dedicated to recording underwater sound activity off the village. And this has been going on for a while. But I don't see what they're trying to find. They appear to be studying something at the bottom of the sea that is moving at precise coordinates. On April 17th, 1991, they recorded a signal which they define as organic. The signal was recorded on a cassette to be sent urgently to the DGSE because this would jeopardize the military security of the country. But one of the lighthouse maintenance staff apparently stole the tape? They quickly managed to identify him and where he lives. Wait, this is my house! Bit much for just a common lighthouse.
Creeps me out.
Now that the town's current is better, I can access the house's attic again. I almost never set foot in here. There's gotta be something. Wow, a projector. I thought I would forget its existence. What is it doing down here? What? What is that? I can't believe all this was under the house. Wait, isn't it exactly the same gem I have attached on my bracelet? Where did he find it? He was apparently willing to ship it to be analyzed? Let's shed some light on this.
If you're listening to this, you are probably the person sent by the office to continue my investigation. Well, at least I hope. My name is Matthew Banks, and I started this work about a year ago. As stated in my previous reports, I infiltrated the lighthouse last month, but they just found out that a tape was missing, and I think they're on to me now. I used to borrow tapes during the night, but this time they noticed before I could bring them back. I didn't have time to use the new filtering machine, but I left the tape inside it. I hope it's safe there with you. Since I have to leave, I prepared the way for you, and I have regrouped all of my ongoing work onto 3 different boards, each including a guiding tape. The first one gathers my studies on the audio signal coming from the oceanic floor, which was the reason our interest was piqued by St. Exel in the first place. The second board will give you more details on the local cult, whose believers call themselves the Devoted. The third board is about Operation White Medusa, which is probably why you're here now. We are now definitely forced to recognize that the village of St. Exel is the center of great political and scientific interest, as we first suspected. I hate to leave like this, but I'm afraid my time has come. During the last 2 weeks, the lighthouse had trouble acquiring new information from ashore. Apparently some kind of technology has been jamming their signal. Is there some kind of expert trying to hack the operation? I'll leave it to you to find out.
Passports? Money from different... Oh. And there's also boat. He was planning on leaving. Just wasn't sure when. What is this folder? I'll study that during the night. A bit of reading always helps.
In 1977, an ultra-low frequency sound was picked up by scientists south of the Atlantic Ocean. But no one succeeded in identifying the structural composition of this acoustic phenomenon, and many theories were put forward. Spy submarine, human aeronautical activities on the surface, or even tests of explosives resonating through the abyss. The case remained closed for 2 years until a second sound was recorded 2,000 kilometers from Namibia. This time, the subject worried specialists. The position of the two recordings suggests the movement of something. In 1984, the sound was picked up again, several times around the Bermuda Triangle. Governments in many countries decided to classify all information about this issue as confidential, and the general public was kept away. While tracking other countries' progress, our secret services discovered in '86 that the French government was particularly interested in the matter, and that they put in motion a special program called Rorqual, a scientific project mainly dedicated to the understanding of unknown oceanic noises. We then decided in 1987, based on what we found in the village of St. Excel, and considering that this last signal was recorded off the coast of French Brittany, that it made perfect sense for me to start our investigation here. During my time, I discovered a platform for listening and monitoring seismic activities at the heart of the lighthouse. Only recently, and thanks to an information trading deal I made with the cult, I got myself recruited there as a maintenance agent. It allowed me to find that the lighthouse crew is, in fact, following the movement of an object which turns out to be a French military submarine. So was it only a submarine that we tracked from the beginning? But its movements are inconsistent. How did it produce this noise that we regularly pick up? I copied a lot of tapes and left them inside the hideout, but they're all still encrypted. I was hoping to get more information from it, but I spotted a car in front of the house tonight, and it's clearer than ever now that my time to leave has come. Infiltrating the cell in the heart of the lighthouse made me realize that the French government is very concerned about the development of the situation here in St. Excel. The development of the sect, as well as the growing anomalies observed in the population and nature, are monitored in a sustained manner. They came to realize that if they do not act, this situation will eventually draw the attention of the entire country to St. Excel. I had, in my hands, documents detailing an operation called White Medusa, the purpose of which was to methodically isolate and capture everybody in the village. Do they think that the people here are all sick or contaminated with something? Or do they mean to sweep this affair under the rug? They seem to foresee two possible scenarios for carrying out Operation White Medusa. As if by coincidence, there are incidentally two events which attract almost all the population in the same place. The village festival, which takes place during a whole weekend, or a fair organized by the village school. I was able to reconstruct on the map the assaults considered in each of these possible scenarios. A large number of troops will be deployed, and they can easily prevent anyone from escaping by blocking the main accesses and roads. They will proceed using heavy trucks and toxic gas to control and direct the crowd toward them. The inhabitants of St. Exil have a Damocles sword over their head, but they don't know of its existence, nor when it will fall. In many areas, the life in St. Exil has deteriorated sharply in recent years. Local studies tend to show that nature has adopted an abnormal behavior. Some species started proliferating more than before, while others suffered the opposite effect. Some animals became aggressive towards humans, and some bird species completely migrated and left the region for good. We've also seen a lot of upheaval in the behavior of inhabitants of the village and their health. Ultimately, it led to many people leaving, which left only the ones who didn't have a choice. A real change is taking place, and no one seems to understand where it's coming from. Additionally, these extraordinary happenings have been rumored in the region, which isn't improving the situation. The village has become a place of attraction for people bathed in pseudosciences, esoteric and the occult, to say the least. They now see this place as a central home to their mythology. One movement eventually took over the others and established itself as the popular cult, the Devoted. They managed to obtain this importance by being omnipresent in their protests. They vandalized sites in large areas surrounding the village, which made the local press very keen on showcasing them, and ultimately helped a great deal in converting more people to their cause. According to my research, it is governed by a certain Aurore K. I couldn't find a lot of information regarding her, but managed to steal some pictures by following her after a public meeting with the population. She built her movement on the belief in the existence of an abysmal entity which would sow its harmful influence over the region and towards the inhabitants of St. Exil. To calm this underwater entity, they tirelessly seek the culprits for this curse. They unearth and send ashore on deteriorating ships coffins containing the bodies of people who have always lived here. If the boat returns and runs aground on the coast, the person and their family are pardoned. I haven't seen it yet, but it looks like they've shifted into high gear by sending people who are still alive to sea. These are just rumors, and people who go missing may have simply decided to leave the area. They never communicated their plans with me regarding the future of their protest, and I'm not sure where they'll meet yet. My theory is that they'll probably regroup either near the White Manor or the local church.
thought it was lost since the moving in. I love that music.
If you're listening...
My lava lamp. I love it. Pierre probably hid it here, out of reach. Can't believe he'd think it. Poor guy never understood anything about home decor. This suit. I was in the attic with him when everybody disappeared. I remember wearing it, but we just had one. Honey, I finally finished my restoration project for this arcade machine. And I've got a challenge for you. I know you love a good one. You will win something I'm sure will bring back good memories. Here. You'll take the bus. Take that, Pierre. I heard a sound behind the arcade. Nothing. Damn. You always know how to surprise me. I could attach this laser to my gun, see if that makes me more precise. His voice still echoes in my head. I need to know more. Let's find that antenna on the village beach. This tape recorder is helpful during late nights. Don't judge me, Pierre. It's my only way to hear a human voice now.
I finished reading the documents Matthew Banks had left for his replacement, who never came. Matthew apparently needed to join the lighthouse maintenance team to gain access to the Rorqual cell. To achieve this, he was forced to make a deal. The sect could help him get hired quickly, but in exchange, Matthew would have to pass on the information obtained once there. He didn't know why the cult was interested in all this, but he needed them, so he agreed in order to continue his investigation. Matthew knew that the Rorqual cell used a specific radio frequency to communicate with the outside.
I always forget to drink.
Just before his departure, he discovered that the cell could no longer connect to this very frequency. The radio worked well, but the signal of this wave was scrambled, which prevented transmissions. It looked like sabotage, but who was behind it all? A member of the lighthouse team? Another spy? Only one thing was clear to him. If someone had wanted to disturb the signal, he would have gone through the big antenna of St. Exel. I have already spotted it in the past. It is on the quays towards the beach. I just have to go there. I'm sure it's this giant blue rock over the house that must be responsible for our bubble that protects and keeps monsters away from our home. The crate of rocks came with a bunch of analysis papers that probably had to be shipped with the set. I don't understand all the paperwork, but these rocks seem to have totally unexpected properties.
I love the atmosphere of this. Too bad this is now linked to where my nightmare started.
I don't know if there is any connection
The access is condemned at the top.
between the monsters and this rock, and why it would have an effect on them and not me.
I loved that statue. Well, before the cult vandalized it. They love leaving these tape boxes for their propaganda. Listen to us. Join the Maybe I should listen to it.
Dear people,
The soldiers were perfectly organized and cut off. We had almost zero chance of escape, like sheep in the dark.
of Saint-Exil, this message is for you.
They really wanted to prevent us from following them. They've put it beyond repair during their escape.
I know our
Ahead, what left? St. Exil's church.
local authorities have been breaking their backs, picturing us as fools. Do not listen to this nonsense. Our actions are dedicated to all of you. Once the day comes, those who denied will
I can still smell the perfume of stamps and papers. But no one will come to pick up the mail tonight.
with their eyes. The distant shall all be remembered.
Why did they have to attack? It's my favorite event in this damn... Pierre, where are you?
You are all invited.
It won't open from this side. Ahead, Boisseau left, St. Exil's church.
This Friday, join us
They really wanted to prevent us from following them.
in the rising of birthday from the departed boat. Let's put the world to rights. It's the only way now.
Long time no see, Boisseau's Park. Ahead, the right viewpoint. I am the repairman in charge of fixing this gate. I've found a way to supply current. I've linked it to one of the small wind generators we have in the village. The only issue is that while I was fixing it, one of those freaking birds stole the key from my van. If you find them, please bring them to my off-beach access and renovation. The people of St. Exel suffered so much, and it's moving to see that they tried their best to maintain the festivals and other traditions. Nothing. Park mausoleums were not spared by the cult either. They are a real scourge for this village. Let's take a walk, just you and me. I could not finish fixing this fence because the damn bird stole my van's key. Where all my I've been trying to get them back, but it's nested high up. If you manage to get my keys back, please call me at the number written on my truck, Mr. Levins. I'm going to need something to break those. I feel that the wind turbine is going to need a little help from me to launch. Sweet! It was enough to start the turbine! Amongst birds living in the park, you will find the Corvus picatrix. I know you, you little flying thief. They keep their precious loot inside their beak, which makes it really hard to get back. To prevent such situations, scarecrows were installed by local farmers.
Solve this puzzle and win a coin to use in George's workshop. For each coin you can get, a prize awaits you near Nico the Robot in George's workshop.
That will teach you to look at me sideways. Take that. Left its nest. Half the day has already passed by. There. We told you stealing was bad. Now, I only need to find the truck. Probably not an organized person. Excellent.
Hello, Mr. Levant. I'm calling you because I have, again, a problem with the digital code that you installed last year. As I can't see very well at night, I asked you to make each key sound different. But for a few days when I entered the code you gave me, 2 keys no longer make noise. Listen! Could you contact me when you get my message? This is becoming a real problem for me. Hello, Mr. Levant. I'm calling you because I have, again, a problem with the digital code that you installed last year. As I can't see very well at night, I asked you to make each key sound different. But for a few days when I entered the code you gave me, 2 keys no longer make noise. Listen! Could you contact me when you get my message? This is becoming a real problem for me.
This tape, it makes me... I swear I've eaten on the same one. I'm gonna need you. Completely locked. Come on, Elise. I remember this. That's where. I can't believe you made a song about it, Pierre. Nothing in the veins but Chardonnay. This is exactly where Pierre gave me one of his I would love to relive this moment again. I have no idea where, but this place is incredible. I'm going to need something to break those. This door can be unlocked from the other side. I like you. You like me. We should hang. Already seen? No way they could have been there before? I think I'm going to need a lever. Planks removed. This should weaken this son of a brick. We both knew you couldn't resist me. Let's try to push it now. Now the system should be unlocked. I remember this moment in my living room. We were both watching a documentary. We only dreamed of one thing: to live by the sea and change our lives.
누구라?
Stay on the floor. The beach. Here we go. I think I found the antenna. Nothing. Behind. Left. Ahead. Restaurant Panier à Crabe. Perfect. The keys were a place of the particularly intense fishing that supplied the... Following the drop in activity, this fishing port was... It is always possible at low tide to find fishing traps with shellfish in them. This gas pump is probably older than... Afraid of no boat anymore, are you? You are the one I'm looking for. No storm will be able to bring down such an antenna. Not too professionally closed, the way I like them. What happens if I remove this circuit breaker? Snow? You gotta be kidding me. There's no way in hell. I'll turn into an ice block if I stay like that. I need to get warmer clothes at the house. Fast. Let me guess. You want me to serve you a refreshing perfection. Is that it? We all had these experiences at least once. Outwardly, it seems well, this restaurant wasn't one of them. The food there was atrocious. I am a living experiment on sugar. If only the kitchen lived. Pierre really wanted us to eat here. I would give anything to have these moments with him now. They left a message. I'm really curious.
Honey, it's me. I did something stupid. Again. I dropped
When the new owner bought the restaurant they decided to keep the moonstone furniture. This stone is very sensitive to light and shines brightly when exposed to daylight. I am gonna need a key for this one.
the gutter in front of the post office, and I can't get it back. I know you have a lot of work with the ending.
That's what was making all the noise upstairs. Why is this furniture moving by itself? Am I going crazy?
Exhibition, but as soon as it's over, can you open to artisan with the double? I don't understand why so many people are attracted by a stupid secretary that unlocks.
This secretary has a full moonstone. This piece of furniture is only unlocked, keeping your precious possessions safe from thieves at night. Damn you, George.
Our superb cooking skills should be enough for them. In any case, before they start their work, don't forget to store our most important
I can feel the humidity on this floor, explains the closure. Luckily, some light seeps through these boards, so I can see something.
We'll just have to remember to put them away before reopening the exhibition. And most importantly, don't forget to put inside what the Dereau gave us to access their garden. Sorry to be your super mega burden. Love ya.
Yes! The light has touched the secretary. It's probably unlocked now. Dereau's house key. That's a big one. Probably a gate or something nearby. It's like we instantly changed the season, but not for the better. I really need to get back home.
Et tu es mon seul ami.
I really need to get back home. I really need to get back home. Damn, I can't use the door because of the snow. never seen St. Exo under this amount of snow. Find the positives, Elise. That's good.
Tu m'avais manqué.
I left my clothes in one of the cabinets in the hall. I knew I had you somewhere. Who cares?
Beau gosse. T'aimas le style. Yu-Gi-Oh!
That circuit breaker inside the antenna. The cult was stealing them. They probably had tons of them. I'm sure it was what was blocking the submarine's communication. The sect seems to know more than what Matthew imagined. He thought the devotees met at the Assumption Church. I will try my luck there. I hate it when it happens. Double bad luck for you. The other manhole is... I'm going to push that plank. I don't have enough of this ammo. Ingeniosity is the key. I should keep an eye on the time. This bridge could do with a nudge. This trap doesn't look the same as the other, but this one's empty. How shellfish of them. An anti-cult move. I'll speak out against. This sect seems to have been terrorizing the people of St. Exel for too long. You are in front of the ingenious Fisherman's Gate. Former contribute. The gate is now only used to close at the press of. This gate has the particularity of being self-powered and only works during low tide. This portal only works when the tide is low. Nothing.
May the force be with you. It would be funny if this table said interesting things at times, wouldn't it? The next one, this one is the easiest, I'm sure of it. We often forget the path that brings us back to the finish, to the beginning, to the start. Yes, to the start.
No puzzle can resist me. Now that I have the key, I will finally find out what is hiding behind this restaurant. I don't have enough of this ammo. These docks look different. This side must be less frequented by tourists. The sect has already been there. They were really harassing people wherever they were. This door can be unlocked from the other side. Let's take a walk. Just you and me. This is a sea organ. It turns waves into music. That's poetic. Nothing. Town of St. Exel. Following on the storm warning, fishermen's lockers need to be emptied. Please get your number plates back on the board and P.S. In case you forgot, The initial code is your number plate number. Let me get this straight. 2 of the lockers were not empty. Warning, floating pontoon follows the movement of the tide. Warning, floating pontoon follows the movement of the tide.
Ne m'oublie pas.
I don't have enough of this ammo.
Pierre? This is going to sound ridiculous, but I needed to talk to you, so here I am. I know it's not a phone, and you're not on the other side, but I make do with what I have. The evenings are long without you, and I miss our discussions. I'm locked up because of the monsters, so I have to find something to take care of. You'll never believe me, but I've discovered a new passion, making bullets for my pistol. It has become my comforting little evening ritual. And then I read newspapers or documents that I found. I try by all means to discover information that would allow me to understand what is happening here. When I can't sleep, I sort my tapes and listen to your songs again. This is by far my favorite time of the day. Well, it's already very late, and I have a long day ahead of me tomorrow. I'm going to bed. Sweet dreams. Since I deactivated the jammer on the keys of St. Exel, the fountains react sort of like portals, allowing me to see the village under the snow, as if I was switching over several months later and rediscovering everything in another season. When I approach Rocky from the fountain, the water gradually begins to light up. If the pebble comes into contact, everything... changes
I don't have enough of this ammo.
immediately. I can literally change the weather in St. Exel on command. I read somewhere that the fountains were built a very long time ago, and that their source is the same groundwater deep under the village. That doesn't explain to me why it does that, but... I prefer to warn you. Do you think there would be the same type of rock under the village directly? The only downside to all this is that triggering the storm using the rock doesn't work if it's snowing. And, well, it's super cold too. Did I ever tell you about the sea columns? It's the only thing I like about this hell. If you could see them, you would love them too. These are huge columns of water that start from the sea and rise slowly towards the sky, to infinity. They exude a feeling of quiet strength, serene power.
This is the boat I was looking for.
Carry with them rocks which gravitate alongside them throughout their ascent. I don't know how to describe it, but I feel almost calm looking at them. Still, I don't think we should be fooled by their placid appearance. Inside, thunder and flashes rage silently, reminding us that they are inhabited by a formidable energy. Moreover, they also emit strange and deaf noises, like an animal cry or a complaint. Anyway, I'm not the only one to be fascinated by this show. Birds and seagulls are attracted to these columns and flock to their base by the hundreds. They fly around for hours, as if waiting for something. I'm always afraid they'll get caught, but the columns are gentle giants. One thing is certain. I will continue to admire them from the cliff. It all started 6 years ago. At the time, I was still a student, and I spent the little free time I had at the bar with my group of friends. In fact, we always went to the same one. We were happy there. What we particularly liked were the concerts organized by the small amateur groups that came by from time to time. Nothing very extraordinary in itself, but the atmosphere they created was magical and went wonderfully with our little evenings based on the cheapest beers we could find. After all, we were still students. And then there was this group. They had been coming for several days, and their music kind of hypnotized me. The type of rock that you don't forget, and that I haven't forgotten. I must admit that the guitarist had something to do with it. His name was Pierre. There were always these moments after the concerts when the members of the group hung out a bit at the bar, but I didn't dare approach him, and I think he didn't either. The more it went, the more our eyes met, sought each other. I felt that something was happening. One evening, when the effects of the alcohol were strong, I no longer hesitated. I went to see him. From an outside perspective, it was probably embarrassing. At least I would
It won't open from this side.
have been. But that didn't seem to bother him. We talked for hours. But it seemed like it was over in an instant. I could see he was shy. And when we left the bar, I grabbed his arm and kissed him. We shouldn't have parted on a misunderstanding. I love this story. Our story. But that doesn't explain why we chose St. Exel to fully live our lives together, does it? At that time, Pierre and I were in our last year of college. We had already been able to take full advantage of the city and its agitation, and even if the years we spent there were fantastic, we really needed a change of scenery. A return to a calmer setting. Yeah, that's what we needed. And it was when we were watching a report on a seaside region that we had the click. The landscapes were simply sublime. I always remembered what Pierre said to me at that time. Honey, okay, let's move. We just had time to finish our studies and put some money aside when an advertisement for a house for rent in St. Exel caught our eye. This song? Pierre had written a song about all that.
Wow. It's completely surreal to see this submarine here. I saw this submarine on a board in my basement. It is the French submarine of the Rockwell service, which had arrived on this beach completely destroyed. Why? Let's take a walk. Just you and me. The submarine was tracking something. Did this thing attack it? Something else could be residing at the bottom of the sea? Another submarine? If ever the washing machine breaks down, I know where Pierre can do my laundry. Shrimp fishing guide. A fisherman must have forgotten that here. Some of these tips could be useful. I might need you. You can still see a cog was removed here. Another mission for Elise the Fixer. My path is just behind this gate. I need to get this thing working again. It's not working. It must be missing some part. It's not working. It must be missing some part. My path is just behind this gate. I need to get this thing working again.
Select.
I'm gonna need you. Look, it's working. This boat has a number plate. No use for you now. The church is close now. Nothing. They didn't forget to leave their little gifts everywhere.
Resident.
This house no longer serves as a vicarage. If the full letterbox, the devotees deteriorated his I'm on the right track.
Of Saint-Exil, I observe you, and I see great suffering in you. You are deeply sad, and yet you
Museum entrance. Okay, now I'm intrigued.
in not wanting to.
George's Museum. For local museum, art exceptional summer event. Meet No the robot and take part in his treasure hunt.
Here has been deteriorating for years, and no one has come up with solutions to your problems. No one wants to face it, but our village is sick at heart.
I don't see much. Let's walk with caution.
Here and there, some think that a curse has befallen our lands. Well, these people were right. Saint-Exil is not just a village. This place has a soul. If you've lived...
I have a feeling that we can win gifts and they arrive right in this vase.
here long enough.
1990. Always up to new challenges, the museum is located facing the power supply issues of St. Exil. George electrically autonomized his museum.
Felt it shining through its walls.
So you're Nico the robot. You don't seem super friendly for something made to amuse kids. Still, he and the museum look shut down for now.
Trees and cobblestones. At least you could feel it. Something has changed.
I think I'm going to need a lever. George, with the momentary storm, your windmill... I wanted to reactivate it, but I couldn't put my... In the meantime, the museum will remain in the dark.
For too long, a dark and silent poison proliferates in the veins formed by our alleys and ends up washing up at the foot of our doors, contaminating us a little more each day. Saint-Exil is not just a village. And
Solve this puzzle and win a coin to use in George's workshop.
its creation is no accident. The ancients never doubted it. Someone, or rather something, greater than us, decided to gather us here a long time ago. He made us build this village and protected our ancestors in exchange for his benevolence. Some of us honor him for that. It is the same entity which
I'm done with you.
today has decided to call you to order and punish you. Unlike you, I never doubted its existence and its great power. It chose me to guide you like a shepherd bathed in the light of his wisdom. Join us so that this nightmare finally ends. From now on, you are aware and cannot go back.
So, the wind turbines providing him with power stopped working. I wonder where they are.
to his will, you'll end up paying for it. Only one possible solution is offered to you. Obey!
Can't break that with my bare hands. You are on one of the highest points of St. Exel. The Assumption Church was built to... This panorama has become an emblematic place for those who like to observe the flora and wildlife of the region. Life moves pretty fast. If you don't stop and look around once in a while, you could miss it. Finally got there. St. Exel Church. Let's find what this church has in store for me. Despite its look, I'm sure people can still use it. But I have a watch. I don't have enough of this ammo. Oh yeah, let me catch my breath. Today a reader, tomorrow a leader. Well, they made sure to enjoy today. This smell of dust and candles. No storage room. This setup looks recent. They probably did it just before the attack. Okay, have some courage, Elise. Completely locked. Transept. Tomb of Father Roald, abbot who watched over the population. He distinguished himself in particular by his taste for religious. The large library of the Assumption Church is in his image. It has been condemned by the sect. Cemetery. I'm not sure I really want to know. I could never open that one. The Angel and the New Unknown Artist. This statue is incredible. Organ and bell tower.
The time has come, my friends. Everything has been revealed to me. I understand why the most basic things, like having babies, has been taken from us. Our divinity, that required so much sacrifice, is still not content. The village kids have had it easy for too long. They need to share our burden. It talked to me and asked to surrender them to its will. Generations have forgotten how this village was built. It is time for a history lesson. We place statues to display each person we send to see. In their anonymity, they remind us of the road still to be endured. But be reassured, my devotees, this road is coming to an end. I found a way to communicate with our protector. It has chosen me as its vessel and talked to me so many times. I will finally be able to answer. A few of us were meeting secretly in preparation for our next and last action. It will all be revealed to you tonight after the festivities. Do not enter the crypt yet. I have the answers you have all been looking for. I will remove this poison from our lives.
This staging was prepared for the population of St. X. I dare to imagine the trauma of people if they had been exposed to this. Vegetable garden and scriptorium. This door can be unlocked from the other side. It must have taken a lot of struggling souls probably joined the devotees over time. A sheet is hidden under this pile. Father, I have heard noises coming from the crypt several. Isn't the crypt supposed to be unlocked only once a year? The door is locked up tight when I want to access it. Interesting. This book traces the entire history of... I'll take it with me for my bedtime reading. This church seems to hide a lot of secrets from me. The annual High Mass is still maintained for the day after the feast. Like previous years, the sect had chosen the right place and the right time to strike a blow. The Vignaux Mausoleum. This family was in charge of the local agriculture. The flower house was once their home, but it is now owned by the town. St. Exel also has its little jokers who come to tag everything they find. I could move faster with such a but with these ghosts on the road, I really wouldn't be discreet. Excellent. Cemetery. It has been condemned by the sect. There are no bad moments to officialize a bond.
Bugas!
Bulletin from the city of St. Exel. The structure has... The town will start the repairs soon. Doesn't look like they had time. Planks removed. This should weaken this son of a brick.
T'es mal style.
You'll figure this one out easily, I hope. It would be funny if this table said interesting things at times, wouldn't it? Yet so behind all great puzzles lies an even greater man. I can picture you already rushing towards a solution which may not be correct. I hope good luck with this puzzle. The next one, this one is the easiest, I'm sure of it. Let's meet in my very own George workshop to collect your prize. Well, if you can solve this.
Me.
You meal.
Never. I only took a few, so I'm going to have to disagree. Tomb of the Duc de Bliard. The White Manor is one of the vestiges of this family. An ingenious system initially developed for its moats made it possible to send water to different parts of the village. I am gonna need a key for this one. Vegetable garden and scriptorium. vegetable garden and scriptorium. It's locked. I can't open it. Vegetable garden and scriptorium. I am gonna need a key for this one. I see. The crazy taggers have made another victim.
Voilà.
We both knew you couldn't resist me. I'm certainly not done with the place.
It was really soporific, but I managed to finish the book found in the church. There is a lot of information about this place and the village in general. It's sad, but it wasn't such a bad evening in comparison. If we go back many centuries, St. Exil experienced a much more sumptuous period. Originally, this village was only a small fishing hamlet by the sea, but it was located on the only road between two larger villages on the coast. It is with the cooperation of four great figures that the village developed and experienced its greatest activity: the Vignaux, who ensured the agricultural activity of the village; the Dereau family, who were dedicated to fishing activities; the Duc de Bliard, who ensured the defense of the village with his soldiers. And finally, the Abbot Royaux, in charge of the spirituality through its church. Thanks to the
I always forget to drink.
progress brought by this collaboration, St. Exel had been able to develop for 100 years. But, sadly, during the following centuries, the village did not know the destiny that we imagined, and this prosperity turned into a distant memory. In remembrance of this period, which still resonates until today, these personalities were honored with the presence of a tomb that are located in the narthex and in the transept of the church. They also built a cross at the end of the Assumption Church that is a receptacle for 4 plates, each illustrating one of the families. Once a year, these plaques are gathered and placed on the cross to allow the inhabitants of St. Exel to have a moment of
I have to go to this crypt. I feel that I am close to my goal.
commemoration for its history and its ancestors.
All right. All right.
Behind all great puzzles lies an even greater man. For each coin you can get, a prize awaits you near Nico the Robot in George's workshop. Solve this puzzle and win a coin to use in George's workshop. You know it as well as I, the devil hides in the details. The solution of this puzzle too.
Not so smart. Nice. I will be able to fire more bullets with this new magazine. Completely locked. Completely locked. The Assumption, it was created, and looking more closely at the cross, this key will allow me to explore the church a little more. I've seen the same kind of lock around. Vegetable garden and scriptorium. Too many people have access to this damn bell tower. Since I'm the only one who knows about music, well, I'm going to need to learn the organ to continue upstairs. If I'm good enough, I'll make a deal. Bell tower. This door seems locked by a complex mechanism. cloister. Completely locked. Storage room. Hello, Francois. I heard the cult vandalized your property. Glad the storage room is useful to someone here. P.S. Regarding the flower house garden door, the mayor gave me the handle they used to unlock it. I left it here. During the night from Saturday to Sunday, the property of the... Given the amount of the damage, the town of St. Exel, they probably wanted to intimidate him. Or to keep him quiet. Completely locked. Oh, I remember. Nature was stunning and the smell of everything seemed simpler then. Pierre absolutely insisted on bringing all... I remember it made me crazy. But he knew how to buy me with a few songs. Isn't that... well, at least a piece of it. It feels like a weird dream where all the memories are crashing incoherently in your head. I don't have enough of this ammo. During our travels, we often underestimate the impact of the seasons. Keep it in a sunny and temperate climate. Plunge him in the snow and the cold, and to shorten his sufferings, his heart will betray you. Elise, we're going to have to make a choice. And if that's not too much to ask, the good one. Okay, we took the right path. I could question myself whether or not to make a decision, but that would just add one more on my plate. Too easy. Another of these damned four-legged beasts. I'm going to develop a phobia of horses. Nothing beats the warmth of a fire. Our big house in St. Exel is so much harder to heat than our little city apartment. Where did you put the remote, Pierre? Where? Okay, that one is on me. Our TV is too old to have one. I'll get up and change the channel. Don't move. It could be a very strange... Washing yourself out in the open like that? Somebody's gotta clean these plates, and it sure ain't me. What other cleaning products give you a radiant whiteness like La Chienne Nature? Recycle. At least, it probably means you were facing modern art. We both knew you couldn't resist me.
Tu m'avais manqué.
I should keep an eye on the time. Let's try to push it now. Now the system should be unlocked. Way more welcoming. Special event, Nico the Robot. 7 puzzles scattered throughout St. Exel, and there's even a tape.
Welcome to my very own George workshop.
with the participation of the municipality of Saint-Exile, we are organizing a great treasure hunt for youngs and less youngs.
No token, no price.
7 of my famous puzzle tables are hidden at different
This is where I have to put the tokens.
locations in the village. If you succeed in solving one, you will win a token. Don't share the answer with the others. The first to get all the village tokens will have an incredible prize. Nico the robot is there to receive your tokens and reward you accordingly for each piece. Don't forget, there is only one rule to complete my trademarked Jaws table. Put the magnetic ball through the metal hoop. Good luck, and I hope to see you all very soon with Nico the robot. Not suitable for children under 4 years old. Play with moderation.
I want a piece of paper with a joke. Do you know who burned the Sistine Chapel years ago? Michelangelo. I swear to God.
Mais attends, mais qu'est-ce que tu fais là-haut?
Bah quoi, je vais tremper mes chips sauce.
Mais tu as déjà goûté leur goût naturel inimitable?
Bah non, bah, je vais tester. Oh. Oh mais tu as raison, y a pas besoin de sauce. Nous on n'a pas besoin de sauce, parce qu'on craque pour chips sauce.
Chips sauce, la chips, naturellement.
Bugas.
While I was crossing the church to reach the altar, I noticed light coming from an inaccessible room located just below. It's probably a kind of forbidden crypt? But then why would there be light inside? Considering the police are looking for cult members, this would be a perfect place for them to regroup in total secrecy. There's a procedure to follow to unlock the crypt's access, but it's going to be complicated. The door lock is linked to a mechanism inside the memorial cross. If I place 4 commemorative plates, the cross will unlock the door automatically. Well, Supposedly, at least. Right now, only one of the 4 plates is inserted on this cross. The one honoring the Duc de Bliard. The others are scattered in various places in St. Exel. I have to go to the church to learn a little more about the other plates. They seem to be commemorating specific families whose tombs are inside the church itself. My investigation is turning into a treasure hunt. How great. Last note. Based on the documents, the key that unlocks most of the doors in the church is hidden at the heart of the cross, and I can already access it.
Not this again. These cabinets were in the lighthouse. They record signals coming from the sea. What are they trying to listen to? I recognize this computer. Enter coordinates. What coordinates? These signals they receive, are they talking? Is it even for us? What are you doing here? Is that a message for them? Are they using these antennas? I had almost forgotten that dream.
Very weird. This is very weird, Pierre. I found some ultra-bright and colorful sphere in this village. When I approach it, I start feeling like I'm being transported to a totally surreal world, a blinding world, rather calm, in which the water can go up the waterfalls, like these columns of water. Have you seen them too? Compared to the daily grind, it's a rather pleasant world to sink in. It feels quite cold, though. In this dreamlike environment, I walk through Greek and Roman vestige, just like those we saw on our trips before moving to the coast. I have the feeling of being constantly exposed to things that we experienced in the past. It allows me to cling into many memories of our arrival in St. Exel, and all the events that took place before I was left alone here. Strangely, I have the feeling that time no longer passes when I find myself in this alternate world. Am I imagining this? Am I starting to daydream? Am I totally crazy, Pierre? This is very weird. This is very weird, Pierre. I found some ultra-bright and colorful sphere in this village. When I approach it, I start feeling like I'm being transported to a totally surreal world, a blinding world. Rather calm, in which the water can go up the waterfalls, like these columns of water. It was a new beginning. We no longer had a penny in our pocket, but real hope in our eyes. Nobody knew us here. We were really starting from zero. We could have completely changed our ways of being if we had wanted. We had found the house that seemed perfect. At least perfect for us. It was a large building made entirely of wood and stones from the region, and which proudly faced the sea. We had so much space. We were finally able to
vegetable garden and scriptorium.
And then there was a fireplace that gave such a warm atmosphere. It gave me a quiet yet powerful feeling of serenity since the first day. Well, up until what is happening at the moment. Although, we must admit that it deserves a little refurbishment. Or at least
It's locked. I can't open it.
little wiping. The paint has suffered the effects of salt and time, and the holy windows let the wind pass through the whole house. You can hardly see it, but we threw all our last savings into this hole.
Vegetable garden and scriptorium.
Anyway, Pierre was only thinking of one thing. Take as much space as possible to store his instruments. Whether it's the bedroom, the living room, or even the attic. Today, the garden is in a sad state.
Note for the ornithologist experiment, we are happy to lend you a corner of the garden, but your birds seem to go completely crazy inside their cages. I've taken it upon myself to release them.
I used a lot of things that were lying around for tinkering or training.
The ornithologist observed the behavior of the birds in contact with these weird rocks.
I feel good in this garden. Especially right now. It's the only place I know I can be safe.
Exponential growth. Do not touch with your hands. Can induce dreamlike experiences.
Attack me here. With all the boxes we had, the laziness quickly caught up with us. This explains this feeling of permanent mess or perpetual moving. Life in boxes. Maybe we didn't really dare to open them all. Maybe it was too heavy after all these kilometers between us and people we love. It reminded us of too many things. It reminds me even more.
A lot of activity probably, but it quickly became dismal once the monks had left. It must have taken a hell. I wonder if they spent more time chopping wood or reading. Woodcutter monks. I don't have enough of this ammo. Let's find you a place back on that cross.
tsunami.
All right.
Behind all great puzzles lies an even greater man. You know it as well as I, the devil hides in the details. The solution of this puzzle too. May the force be with you. The prizes obtained do not engage the responsibility of George's workshop in the event of bodily injuries or even severe burns. May the Force be with you. The prizes obtained do not engage the responsibility of George's workshop in the event of bodily injuries or even severe burns.
No puzzle can resist me.
Yu-Gi-Oh!
The flower house once belonged to the Vignaux family, which played a leading role in local agriculture. The basement illustrating the former activities of the family can be visited during Heritage Days. An ingenious controllable water supply system of the White Manor made it possible to supply the property if necessary. Ran out of battery a long time ago. Makes this whole house seem stuck in time. I swear, officer, it's not a break-in. The back door was open. Nothing. Someone left a tape. Journaling is not just for grown-ups.
Dad, science, we are moving again. The electrician came to change the old digit code in the basement. Because you weren't there, he asked me for a code, and I want to play a
I have never seen a ship like this.
game. You never play with me, so now you will have to find the answer all by yourself. It's a 4-digit code. The first is the hour on the living room clock, the one you never replaced the batteries for. Then I've put the minute. And then I've put the number of boat sails in the house. Have fun!
like the colors of this boat. Ran out of battery a long time ago. Makes this whole house seem stuck in time. I would like to be very small and climb in it. Yar! plate is right there, just in front of me. If the water level was higher, I could probably pass through.
them.
I'm pretty sure that's not a good idea. tunnel U-turn. I am a living experiment on sugar. This door can be unlocked from the other side.
뭡니까? 대만의 스틸.
You are near one of the entrances to the White Manor. The Duc de Bliard built its various accesses to defend St. Ultimately never used. Over time, it ended up a piece of decoration. The de Bliard family. That's not very common. I wonder if it's good. Completely locked. In front of you is the moat system devised by the Duc de Bliard. This system has undergone through a rather elaborate logic. The moat can direct, even if this system has some electrical assistance to facilitate its use, the operation of the system remains fairly basic. I'm missing something to operate this. The wheel won't budge in this weather. This plaque symbolizes the Duc de... The water comes from his manor uphill. This logo represents the assumption. I can send water to the church this way. Can't use the wheel while the machinery is still in operation. With the water gone, it's safe to go down the ladder again. There's something written under that stat. Time often gives the... Probably written by someone with too much of it on his hands. Nature had changed a lot in St. Exel. Those mushrooms are symptoms. I have to hurry to find a solution. Completely locked. Take a walk. Just you and me. Let's try to push it now. Now the system should be unlocked. I'm gonna need you. to push it now. Now the system should be unlocked. I like you. You like me. We should hang. Let's try to push it now. The lever is pushed, but the blades need an initial push. I have to wait a bit for the gem to recharge. feel like the earth surrounding all these rumors. No wonder it shows up in a place like this. Looks like the same boat right next to the desecrated graves. I'm afraid to understand. I can't use the wheel while the machinery is still in operation. I can't open this. I like you, you like me, we should hang. I know that Heritage Day is coming up soon. The manager of the Panier, he must surely keep the keys safe there. I'll let you see that with him. Regards. The artificial canal in front of you finds its source at the White Manor. As the winter cold can freeze the city built a system to control how much water arrives here at the White Manor. Hey, beauty. There is a cross at the church waiting for you. Hey, beauty. There is a cross at the church waiting for you. I like you. You like me. We should hang.
Tu es mon seul ami.
I don't have enough of this ammo. It was complicated. We always knew you would end up in my hands.
Tu m'avais manqué.
I should keep an eye on the time.
Voilà. Tu m'aimes, moi je t'aime.
It's too late. If I sleep here, they will catch me. The lever is pushed, but the bridge seems stuck and could do with a nudge.
Welcome to one of the original creations from George Workshop. Let's see. This one is the easiest, I'm sure of it. The prizes obtained do not engage the responsibility of George Workshop, the event of bodily injuries or even severe burns.
No puzzle can resist me. We both knew you couldn't resist me.
Ne m'oublie pas. Beau gosse.
I want a piece of paper with a joke. What's the worst that can happen when your job is to tie sausages together? Not being able to make ends meet. I've collected all the possible prizes from No-No. He couldn't resist me. This letter fell to the ground when the devotees wreaked havoc here. I would like to warn that with the escalation of tensions, well, you saw that one coming for sure. Yes, here we are. I will finally find out what this crypt is hiding from me. Crypt. Desecrations of tombs and vaults. Everything was true. Badges and clothing stolen from Lacren. The devotees planned to strike a blow and take control of the lighthouse. At the same exact moment, people discovered their sordid staging in the church.
Remember that if you are here with me tonight, it's because it has chosen you too, my most devoted. We have been preparing for months. The direction of our destiny will finally shift. We've done everything the Protector wanted us to do. We offered it the bodies of all those who wronged it. Each family through generations.
This music sheet it must allow access to... Yes. To complete such maps, she most likely found a high vantage point.
Children's turn has come. Tomorrow, and that's a promise, we will finally be able to get in touch with it. Many people will stand in our way, but their efforts will be in vain. Once the village feast is over, when people will discover our messages in the church, we will infiltrate the lighthouse and take over the basement. We know that the Roc Elseware has equipment to send the message, and we will use it to contact our...
I understand why the town stopped ordering these. Know what? I will help myself. Generously.
Divinity. Patrick, you will block the front door of the lighthouse so that no one can get out. Hélène, you will help me in the basement. As for the others, you will take care of sending our new offerings. The information that you stole from the ornithologist at the top of the bed.
They still had some gas in the tank. They were not ready to stop anytime soon.
He thought he understood the world by observing the air. Without knowing that the truth was hiding at the bottom of our sea. These observations and the offerings we made from the beaches of Saint-Exil allowed me to know where the entity was waiting for us to contact it. Doubt may cross your minds this last night, but be reassured. All our spiritual pains are also our chances of redeeming ourselves. We have reached the point of no return. Tomorrow is our big day. Rest and meet me near the lighthouse at 11 a.m.
Vegetable garden and scriptorium. Organ and bell tower. The atmosphere is incredible. Nothing. That bell, but this one won't bring chocolate eggs for Easter anymore. No doubt, there was an ornithologist here. Compilation of this document is heavy. It will take me some time to study it. Please bring me some answers. I'm so tired. He also left... That's the sea depth of the village's surroundings. There are most likely no better place. This chair is completely torn up. You spent a lot of time here, didn't you? pages seem to have been torn out of these documents. She must have found a place to send the signal and kept it to herself. I will probably be able to sort through the tapes, the spy stool, and find out if this ornithologist had the courage to either your I really hope to find answers to my questions. Cloister. Vegetable garden and scriptorium. Vegetable garden and scriptorium.
T'es mal, style.
I like this new grip. A better hold means faster reloads.
We were really happy here in St. Exel. It did us a lot of good to make this new start. But there was something we couldn't have foreseen. The people around us seemed disturbed, as if something in this village was brewing, a kind of grim emotion taking slowly over the population. And everyone said the same thing, whether at the bakery, in the street, or in the neighborhood. The village of St. Exel was clearly no longer the little corner of paradise it once was. We heard really odd things, like how the nature of the area had changed without anybody knowing why. Pets running away, wild animals leaving the region, or even new plants appearing where others disappeared. Even more worrying, some residents vanished into the thin air overnight, leaving no traces nor contact addresses. It makes me think of Matthew Banks, the spy who used to live in the house. But at least this one, I know why he's gone. Pierre and I started looking for information on what was happening in St. Exel. The least we can say is that we're not disappointed. According to reports,
I need to find the right coordinates. Decrypting tapes could help me track this underwater thing.
Certain diseases seemed much more prevalent in St. Exel than anywhere else. I also was informed that the number of miscarriages among women in the village were abnormally high. It does not make you want to try to build a family here. Because of all these stories, many charlatans came to settle in St. Exel. According to them, the place...
Let's listen to what the Rorqual cell recorded at the coordinates found by the ornithologist. I'm sure it's just a big fish.
mon pote. J'ai attrapé un macro de 8 kilos. J'en reviens pas. Dès que je rentre, on met sur le barbecue. Roger! Je te laisse longtemps aujourd'hui. C'était vraiment le meilleur des idées. Tu portes le... Tu vas pas ouvrir tes yeux. Je te laisse longtemps aujourd'hui. C'était vraiment le meilleur des idées. Tu portes la poisse, mon pote. J'ai attrapé un macro de 8 kilos. J'en reviens pas. Dès que je rentre, on le met sur le barbecue.
The documents I found at the top of the bell tower are incredible. It's clear now that the whole cult thing is based on the observations of a very talented ornithologist. The documents I found at the top of the bell tower are incredible. It's clear now that the whole cult thing is based on the observations of a very talented ornithologist. This person knew a lot about nature and how to monitor changes happening throughout the region. He made precise observations regarding birds' behavior and, apparently...
I need to find the right coordinates. Decrypting tapes could help me track this underwater thing. Gotcha. One location down.
on est sur le barbecue. Roger, tu vas pas ouvrir tes yeux. Je te laisse au pas aujourd'hui, c'était vraiment la meilleure des idées. Tu portes la poisse, mon pote. J'ai attrapé un macro de 8 kilos. J'en reviens pas. Dès que je rentre, on le met sur le barbecue. Roger, tu vas pas ouvrir tes yeux. Je te laisse au pas aujourd'hui, c'était vraiment la meilleure des idées. Tu portes la poisse, mon pote. J'ai attrapé un macro de 8 kilos. J'en reviens pas. Dès que je rentre, on le met sur le barbecue. Roger, tu vas pas ouvrir tes yeux. Te laisser au pas aujourd'hui, c'était vraiment la meilleure des idées. Tu portes la poisse, mon pote. J'ai attrapé un macro de 8 kilos. J'en reviens pas. Dès que je rentre, on le met sur le barbecue. J'ai attrapé un macro. Enfin, dès que je rentre, on le met sur le barbecue.
A fisherman? Not really interesting.
Tu vas pas ouvrir tes yeux. Te laisser au pas aujourd'hui, c'était vraiment la meilleure des...
The non-military personnel in the building seems...
Okay, so you were there too.
Level is back below the threshold value, but... a dive below the 400-meter mark still does not seem recommended. At our level, we confirm that the residual image has changed coordinates. The ghost ship will soon be within range. Awaiting your orders. Transmission 1043, 82nd day. We are still waiting for the return of the analysis probe after the loss of signal 3 days ago now. The non-military personnel in the building seems agitated. The radiation level is back below the threshold value, but a dive...
Following the repairs, we sent the first pulse burst at 85 joules minus 1 day. Getting closer to the residual reflection located above the layer of the whales, the deepest point of the perimeter. Awaiting confirmation before diving below 350 meters. Transmission 823, 75th day in... Following repairs, we sent the first pulse burst at 85 joules minus 1 day. We are getting closer to the residual... 350 meters. Transmission 823, 75th day in immersion.
Dolphins! But that doesn't help me much.
Reflection located above the layer of the whales, the deepest point of the perimeter.
Awaiting confirmation before diving below 350 meters. Transmission 823, 70.
Found you, you damn submarine.
The laser is finally operational following the repairs. We sent the first pulse burst at 85 joules minus 1 day. We are getting closer to the residual reflection located above the layer of the whales, the deepest point of the perimeter. Awaiting confirmation before diving below 350 meters.
3 coordinates validated. That should help me pinpoint the location. Let's use these maps on the projector now. I have all the points now. Let's try to make one of these maps fit. Not this one. That's it! The first coordinate is when they approached the area and detected something with their instruments. Then, they circled around the ghost ship and sent out a probe which never returned. The last recording was when they decided to go deeper. And something went very wrong. Poor bastards. Let's send a signal over there and see what's under the sea. To the lighthouse. I needed that. I needed that. It was the last day before and it was all starting so well. We were playing games when suddenly a detonation echoed. Silence fell immediately and we exchanged worried looks. It was at this moment that 2 fighter planes flew over the place. And there were no longer any doubts about the danger of the situation. Duplicated itself? Where do I shoot now? It duplicated itself? Where do I shoot now? Have enough of this ammo. And it was all starting so well. We were playing silent. It was at this moment that 2 fighter planes flew over the place. And there were no longer any doubts about the danger of the situation. Duplicated itself? Where do I shoot now? Duplicated itself? Where do I shoot now? They came from everywhere. Some arrived in trucks, others came out of the wood. They surrounded us so that we had no chance of escaping. They threw gas to confuse us. With Pierre, we managed to escape amongst and we took refuge at our house. Everything else is hazy at this point. So, I have to send a signal to something? To someplace unknown? Doesn't sound too scientific on this. Let's hope I don't end up like the submarine. Doing the same shit the cult did? What? I done? .42. It's the exact time of the attack. Did I fix it?
to restore some kind of joy and positive atmosphere in the village. The mayor and the villagers gave themselves hearts and souls to maintain the good performance of the festivals and the annual fair. We like that kind of stuff with Pierre. So we went and took a look. Obviously, we weren't the only ones to appreciate. Almost the whole village was there. And to add beauty to the heart, the weather had even joined the party. It was a beautiful day. Ideal for celebrating outdoors. We took advantage of this moment to discuss work and professional future at St. Exel, still a little obscure for us. I was struggling to find a stable job in the area, and Pierre absolutely wanted me to pass this interview for a company that I had contacted. Despite the many discussions we had on the topic, we never managed to come to an agreement. There was therefore only one solution. The final decision will be picked during one of the fair ball games. It was our tightest match.
I am a living experiment on sugar.
And Pierre had to throw the last ball. My future was in his hands. But when it was time to shoot, a very violent, almost deafening noise rang in our ears. It was 2 fighter planes that were very close to St. Exel, and in particular, the place where the fair was being held. And then after that, nothing. Or more precisely, silence. Everyone had their eyes fixed on the sky. Several seconds after that, there was a muffled sound in the distance. An explosion? I saw concern and panic creeping into the faces of the inhabitants. It was not normal. The planes and now this? What was going on? The silence was again broken by many birds coming out of the trees. The fair was surrounded by a forest, and we couldn't have any idea what was going on there. Thick yellow smoke began to appear. A few tens of seconds later, it already occupied almost entirely the place of the party. Pierre and I were paralyzed, unable to move. I saw some of the people in the fair breathing in the gas and immediately collapsing as if dead. We could only see about 20 meters away, I would say. And among this hubbub, or rather this general panic, I distinguished sounds, voices, which were spoke through walkie-talkies. I couldn't understand, but I managed to hear a sentence. Only one. Grab them all, till the last one. At that time, I saw what seemed to me like dozens and dozens of soldiers coming out of the woods. They were everywhere. They were armed and wore suits that allowed them not to breathe the gas and probably see a little more clearly than us. In a burst of courage, or stupidity, Pierre and I fled as far as possible without looking back. We returned home, knowing that we were trapped. We locked the door, taking one last look at the gas that was already progressing down our street. We were probably not the only ones who managed to escape. It was clear that they weren't going to leave us alone. We then thought of the same thing. We climbed up there top speed, and the box was still neatly stored, as if it was waiting for us. But we both knew on the way up, there was only one suit, only one mask. Pierre left me no choice. It was so fast. I told him he couldn't do that. I didn't want to. Nothing worked. He made me put on the suit and the mask. I had tears in my eyes. I think he did too. He turned, looked at the window and exclaimed, "I see them. They arrive," and he took me in his arms and we stayed like that. I had the impression that it lasted for hours and just a few seconds. We felt the ground shaking, the furniture lying around vibrating. My eyes fell on Pierre again. He saw that I was terrified and I didn't want to let go of him. He looked at me and he smiled and he said, "Stay with me." Suddenly a kind of white light pierced the room from side to side, revealing us. He looked at me for the last time and whispered, "I love you, Elise." A few minutes later I woke up, at 8 o'clock sharp in the morning. I was lying in my bed. The light, the gas, the soldiers, Pierre. Everything had disappeared. I went outside. I was alone, left completely apart in St. Exel.
They are all back? Pierre! as my sky was torn forever, I realized life would never be the same again. And I couldn't bear this alone anymore.